Yo, what's up? What's up? Okay, so another stream with the action system. I think this is the 8th in a row, and it might very well be the last one in a while. We'll see. We had some nice progress yesterday. Let's see if we can finish it up today. When I say the last one in a while, I mean the overall structure of the action state machine system. We're probably going to implement some different specific actions in the coming days, because the idea is to do some creatures after this, which will heavily utilize the action system. But so yesterday we started testing this new system, testing it in game, and we had some minor errors, just pretty much just mistakes by me, easily fixable, and we finally got we finally have an action system where the actions speak to each other. We only have focus and inspect currently. But we're gonna extend it today and continue, right? So I think we left off, or I quit, or I finished streaming yesterday when a new issue appeared, and the issue in question is that we inspect like this. First of all, the inspect icon or the inspect window isn't in the correct position, but that's okay. We're gonna wait with that one. What's more interesting is that when we stop inspecting, we get a little bit of an issue here. Everything continues to work, we can inspect again, but we get an issue. And the issue is pretty clear. It's this one, and it's because we loop through this one, but while we're processing or continuing actions, one of them moves from this state processing to interrupting. And when it moves to interrupting, we remove it from active action. So it's actually, while we are looping through this list, we change the content on the list. And as I said yesterday, an easy fix for this is just to iterate through the list from the backside, or from the back, because if we remove, then we have already iterated through or over those elements, and we won't get an error. But there was some point, I also had one point against doing it that way. This time around, I can't recall. I don't think it was that important. Okay, what's up, Omega Killer? Nintendo Ninjas might be watching the stream. Doubt it, but they're welcome. So we're just gonna take this list and loop it from the other way. So let's do... And we just do it like this instead. So let's take a look if this works. So we inspect, and then we remove it, and we never quit it this time around. Okay. Show info, and then we have it like this. Do we update the info? Okay, we don't. This I find extremely weird. So we're still processing. The target here changes. We're still processing. Let's take a look. Our target is character prefab, and now it's environment. We're still processing. Target changes correctly, so that's good. Inspect in process here, we have target interactable inspect. If this one is equal to... yeah. Okay, here we get it. We have target interactable inspect. And if we move outside, this one becomes empty. Is it because... This one should be true. We should be setting this state here. Let's set interrupting. We're currently processing. We change to interrupting state, new state, invoke on process change, interrupt. And here we hide it. Okay, so we never interrupt. We never do this one, which I find extremely weird. If state isn't state processing, Okay, so I would say this is probably the first bigger issue we have had. I wonder why. Why are we not seeing? Why are we not entering this one? Set this one accordingly. The only issue I can think about is that this one isn't true. I don't know. Yo, what's up, Jax? Whoa, one sec. Are we getting the wrong? But look at point here. Point here, environment, terrain, patch, character. At this point, we get the wrong point here. Fuck is up with that? Hmm. Hmm. Definitely need to check that one. Jax Unicorn, which platform you using for dev? Like, I'm using Windows 10 right now. What's up, Facerman? Okay, this one is extremely weird. I want to take a look at inspect and instantiate dependencies. Point the action reference point. Oh, is this so? Dependencies on change. Okay. Can targets receive action dependency? On target change. Okay, yes. Yeah, this is something I want to... This is actually something I want to get away from. So here we have so this problem stems from the fact that we have, it's order of execution problem. So we set the point after we set the target. Target notifies everything that is listening for target resetting. So that means that we have the old point when we try to set the point. That's the problem we have. Face Man, what is that game? So much code stuff. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. If you want to see more of the game, you can check some of the videos on my YouTube. What's up, Wormius? And this sucks. I thought I was... smart when I did this, but having target and point at the same time, yeah, what's up, Biter? Unfortunately, I do not understand that. Okay, so setting the point and target at the same time here is probably not what we want to do. Although I'm thinking about, let's see here. Can target perform action dependency? Maybe I was a little bit too optimistic when I decided that that it would be okay to assign stuff when listening to these dependencies. Maybe we need something specifically for assigning or duplicating. Although it's very nice, but We're gonna do this a lot, so it's pretty much provider. Can we do something with provider? So we have dependencies. Can we have something else? Makes me wonder if we want to have a dependency that is on target change. Dependencies might not be the correct word. Is processing dependency, can target perform action dependency, can target receive action dependency, on target change dependency, on point change dependency. Maybe. But we have a lot of unchanged stuff here. Let me commit some stuff. Dependency, system serializable, system serializable. What? What's the difference? Okay. Okay, that's good. So I'm just going to commit these. We're going to make them serializable. What changes do we have here? Okay, we loop through it from the other side. Action type. Yeah, here we remove some stuff. Yeah, let's just get some commits in place before we start implementing even more dependencies. In action type, we just removed get index and get priority. In action handler, we looped through this one the other way. As for dependencies, we just added serialization, right? I'm pretty sure. And what do we have here? Action, we added, it was serialized state. We made dependency serialized reference. We added pretty hefty, quite a lot of things, I think. Yo, what's up, CVV? We're gonna wait with those, and we're gonna wait with this one. This one I want to implement, though. Okay, sorry about that. I just need to commit this real quick so we can continue. Okay, so what I want to make now is I want to add... I want to add... Yeah, I guess I want to add... I want to add a new dependency. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I want to add two new dependencies. I want to add on target change dependency and on point change dependency. Pretty basic, straightforward. But then I wonder... if I want to make one or two of these, or both of these subclasses to on target change dependency. Because, yeah, these are pretty much, yeah, we're listening on target change, but oh, one sec. I think we want to differentiate between dependency and fulfillment, or if we implement on target change or on point change, those are not really dependencies that can be fulfilled. They are more like just listening events. So I wonder if we want to split this one up, but I wonder how that would go. I want to try something, I think. What the hell should they be called? Action listeners, maybe. But one sec, just gonna pour a cup of coffee. Basically, what it's going to be is canal. If we just define them as listeners with a, so it's pretty much, I want to take this Why would we need action reference? Yeah, we don't need it. I pretty much want to take this and this and create some listeners pretty much. Because somewhere we need to do maybe. Okay, let's do it like this. Wonder if this is a stupid idea. Overcomplicating stuff. Making it even more modular, basically. But dependencies. Listeners. Now the problem I see with this one is that we're basically or one sec, maybe we're not. So so this instantiate dependencies, how would this look with the new system? We would instantiate listeners, I guess. And then we instantiate dependencies based on those listeners. Dependency. That's a bit weird, isn't it? So instead of this, we would have, it would be listeners instead. So we just link the listeners here. Which is a little bit nicer, I guess. But how do I want, so the fulfillment dependencies on change, add listener, check dependencies. We want to have dependencies as well. That's the problem, but I think it's a nice idea with listeners and linking them, just like we do with dependencies now. It's only the communication to the dependencies later on that I'm a little bit worried about. Am I? Or I can't really get it to work in my head. What's up, HG? It's a little bit weird. So for instance, if we go with listeners, we have on target change, and then I can define some stuff that would happen on target change. Much like this, possibly. But then we also want dependencies. Yo, what's up, Cynic? How you doing? Hope you had a wonderful summer, man. HG, how's it going today? It's a slow start, let's put it like that. But if we can get this solved, I think we're gonna fly by pretty much. Nick, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate it. Cynic, yeah, move now, a new job and all that. Oh yeah, the city by the lake, right? If I remember correctly. But currently sick with 39 degrees fever. Damn. Take it easy, rest. Hopefully we'll be better soon. I might also... So what we have here, I really do like what we have here. I think this is a modular way to build up dependencies and stuff like that. But I would like these to be single purpose. Can target receive action dependency. This one should only do this pretty much. It's a dependency. If we want to set the target and point and whatnot, we should listen to some other stuff, I think. One sec, how do we get... Yeah, the action reference target. Okay, yeah. Yeah, definitely want to fix this. HG, what's being done right now, joined late, so didn't hear the build up. We're looking into... So for all of our interactions or actions, we define these dependencies, right? Because actions depends on other actions. And so hold, or we can take inspect, for instance. This one depends on that the action focus is processing, but also that the target of action focus is inspectable. And this dependency system, how it's defined, how it works, I like it. The only problem I don't like is that we do multiple stuff here for one dependency. So instead of just keeping it simple like this, we try to assign stuff here as well. So what I'm thinking about doing here is, what I thought about doing was to define listeners instead. So we have process change listener, target change listener, point change listener, and then we define the dependencies around those. Because if we have something like that, then we could also do I think I want to go that route, because then we could do... We're just going to rewrite dependencies as we're going to split it up between dependencies and listeners. Right now they're pretty much baked into just dependencies. We're going to split them up, because then we can do listener 0 is equal to new listener on processing change, and then we do type focus. So this means that we will listen to this listener will be linked to the action focus, and whenever action focus stops processing or starts processing, listener will be called. So on, I don't know if you want to call it on change or on trigger or on signal. But what we do here is we add listener, and then we have defined a dependency as well. Dependencies 0 is equal to new dependencies is processing dependency, maybe. I don't know if we want to write the type here. I don't think we need to. But what we do later on then is we do add listener. When we listen on stuff here, yeah, and then we do add listener. dependencies 0 dot, I don't know, check fulfillment or something like that. Is this weird, or are we taking too much of a detour by doing this? Because then we could also do listener 1 is equal to new listener on target change type focus. Is target or I guess it would be is entity can entity receive action dependency. But I don't know. Oops, we could actually, would it be weird to create this one here as well? Like maybe we could do because the thing we also want to do listener 1 on signal add listener target T, or actually it's entity T base dot target equal to T. So instead of having like this dependency right here does multiple kind of stuff, while here we split it up a little bit better, but I don't know which one I prefer. But having these on signal listeners like this, I think I like it a lot, because we could actually also do like listener on signal invoked or performed, whatever we call it. We could do set state interrupting. So first of all, so we create a listener. It listens on action focus, and it listens for target change. If it happens, then we interrupt this action, if it's processing, that is. After that, we check fulfillment on some dependency. This is the part I want to improve. And then in the end, we set, actually, we want to do it like this. And when it comes to this dependency, when it comes to a dependency to check if an action is actually processing, I wonder if that is so important. If we take a look at collect, the dependency here should be that the target is can receive an action. Consume same. Maybe we don't care that much about processing, but rather the target in question. Yo, what's up, Harukanen? Good morning, good morning. Maybe that's much better. We're gonna try that real soon. We're gonna try it now. We're gonna rewrite these dependencies a tiny bit. And rely more on listeners, I'm pretty sure. Yo, what's up, Spios? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a wonderful stream. If we do it like this, we just want to do one thing here, right? We can handle all of these at the same time, but then again, then we get to this point. What started this full deep down into how the dependencies are currently implemented was the fact that we rely on point, or do we actually rely on point? Maybe we don't. Yeah, but what started it was that we changed the target. This one gets invoked when the target changes of this one. And when the target changes in focus, that happens here. So we invoke the event, and then we set the point way down here. So the event has already been like invoked, you know? Which means that in inspect, when we do this, point here is not updated just yet, and we get some sort of error. So yeah, what's up, Spies? Thank you once again for the raid, appreciate it. Spies, I'm slow today. You're not the only one. This feels a little bit too verbose, though, or a little bit over the top. And when do we check these ones? Oh, I don't know. The fact that this one gets updated so slowly, that's why the inspect window is in the wrong position as well, by the way. Harukanan, did you look more into the animation rigging? Not yet, not yet. Have you? I wonder, when we start doing creatures soon, in the very near future, I promise, then we might actually test it out on stream, see if it could replace my pipeline in Blender. But before I do that, I just want to check if they still support it, you know. But yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Harukan and I already tried it out. Yeah, but I mean, like if you would do, if you had tested it once again, or done something new with it. Okay, I like this. I just need to figure out how I want to handle the dependencies if we go with something like this. Okay. Haruka, you can do both because you can animation blend between regular animation and IK stuff, like running and looking at something. Mm. Okay, let's just try. Let's see where we end up. I want to add some listeners here. Well, you will figure that out when it's time for such things. Yeah, I just thought that you would know... Like, I might have misunderstood what that package is. Animation rigging. Like, if it would replace doing rigging... Yeah, I'm gonna check this out definitely and see how I can work with this one in my pipeline. This makes me very interested. You can completely replace any animation if you want to, or mix them, yeah. Bidirectional. It feels pretty powerful. Definitely gonna check it out. But unfortunately I didn't have the time yesterday. It will probably be a weekend thing. Okay, as for these listeners, let's get them in place. So I think let's just do this, see if this leads to a cleaner solution or worse. So empty C#, and this one is going to be an interface, and it's going to be, I think we're going to call it action listener. Link action, is that what we want to do? Or listen to action? Hmm. On target change listener. On target change action listener. But then again, this feels so... Can't shake the feeling that I'm currently overcomplicating it. I want to be able to specify... On target change listener. I want to be able to specify something like this, and then later on in the instantiation we link it to that action. Is it all about... Yeah, we want to specify some action we are listening to, and then we want to specify something that happens when that action is executed. My only problem is... Oh, fucking hell. Like, I'm wondering if it's ugly to do these additional stuff here. That's what bothers me. And if we do check dependencies first, then we might set it to state ready as well. We're gonna get some issues. So now it's also a question of, like, order of execution for these. Maybe we always want to keep check dependencies last. And if we are going to do that, we might as well put this one here. Couldn't we? Base.check dependencies. Oops. It just feels ugly, to pack all of this functionality into a can target receive action dependency. That's why I wanted to split it up into listeners, but I don't know if that's much better, honestly. This dependency right here, I'm not even sure if we need this one or not, is processing. If it's something we can improve upon, it's definitely how the dependencies are structured. Still skeptical about, like, if listeners here might overcomplicate it too much. It's a lot of back and forth, but let's see here. Maybe it will become a little bit clearer when we start implementing more actions. At least now we can see that point updates accordingly. That's great. And we can now focus and we get the correct point. Do we actually get... Processing, we never stop processing. That's bad. Unless we explicitly tells it. I find it weird that we don't stop processing when we change the target, we change target interactable inspect. We should definitely close this one. We don't get an update here either. So energy, we should be seeing it in real time when it changes. Processing, it's very much like we don't process it at all. Action handler, actions. So this continue here, do we even do it at all? Continue. Oh, one sec. Does that explain it? Okay, that's better. Now it updates accordingly. Okay, that's good. And then we get an error here. Interactable inspect 30. $77. Makes me wonder what is null in this case. Point. Target interactable inspect. So this one probably. Or we actually call get inspect string. Oh. I don't see point being null. Now, is it the fact that we do action interaction inspect, we set the new target, we set the new point, we set this one to null, and then we try to interrupt, cancel interaction, hide. When do we do this? We don't want to do this. Yo, what's up, Love? How you doing? Hope you had a wonderful summer, man. It's going. We've had a pretty good week and a half so far. I would say that today was the biggest, or currently we're at the biggest hurdle. So we'll see if we can solve it. Okay, that's a weird issue we're getting now. And we have this issue. So when we call this one target interactable inspect get inspect string, it has to be this one that is null. So update visual information. We do it in initialize and we do it in process. But if we don't have one here, we return. So this one, if it's null, we return false. If it's null, we return. So I don't really see how this one is being called, or how this one is null in this case. Unless... this is probably the wrong way to test it. I don't know. Love, I'm great, man. Nice to hear. Yeah, I had a pretty good summer. And yeah, the re-entry was smooth. And I'm thankful for that. I just hoped. So, like, I knew that reworking and improving the action system would be the first task when I got back. And yeah, re-understanding the code where we left it took a little bit of time, but then it was pretty straightforward until today. But that's how it goes sometimes, right? And what we're seeing right here, right now, like, this is what I wanted to avoid. I wanted this new system to be way more straightforward, which makes it weird. We know that this is where we get the error, but I wonder, we even call interactable inspect here actually. So $30. So could it be a problem somewhere around here? I guess it could be if inspect point is null, but I don't think it should be. Parameter name source. Actually, this one is a struct, if I recall. So it can't even be null. Okay, beautiful. So this is not the problem. Information providers should also be okay. Yeah, it's this one. Check dependency. If we change the target, I think we want to start with base.set state Um, and processing should always just be this. We don't want to change any states here. We don't want to change states here, 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 nor here. This is just executing a state, not changing a state. Dependencies here, we can definitely control states. Yo, what's up, Dan? Please, could you please explain override methods? I don't really have the time for that right now, and I don't think I could explain it as good as if you just did a quick Google. So do that, or send me a message on Discord and I can check it out and answer it later. Yo, what's up, Togglebit? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful stream. And welcome to all the new viewers. We're just trying to implement some sort of state machine of actions over here. And actions being something that an entity in our game can do. Focus, hold, inspect, equip, whatever. Everything. Consume. So yeah. And by Dan, I would love to explain it to you. I just don't have the time right now. So what happens here is we have a dependency, can target receive action dependency. So whatever the target of focus is, can it receive this action? And if this changes, so if the target of focus changes, then what we do here is we set the state to interrupt for this inspect action. We want to stop inspecting if we're currently inspecting something because the target has changed. We set the target of inspect to be the target of the action reference. We set the point to be the point of the action reference. And then we check if this dependency, if all dependencies are fulfilled. If so, this one should be set to ready, I reckon. Set state interrupt. So if we're processing and we're interrupting on process change, and then we do interrupt, set state available. Okay. What's up, Palazzo? Let's see what we have in this case. Oops. Okay, we get the ready as we did. We can show information. If we show information, we get an error. It updates accordingly. A little bit weird that we get an error here. This is the button map error. I don't know how important this one is right now with what we're currently doing. So we show information, it updates, that's good, and then we move away, and then we stop. And then we're ready again. Okay, this is more like it. The only problem I see now is the point of where we... If we move around here, we should move the inspect as well, I reckon. Okay. News. What's up, what's up? Watching for the first time. Just have this in the background while playing Minecraft. Got curious as I've attempted making games before as well. Oh, nice. And please enjoy, and hopefully you might learn something. And good luck in Minecraft. Okay, so this is great. I'm still a little bit worried about the... We want to move this position around, so let's see. Should be easily fixable. And then I want to check out that initial error we get. Even though it's not related to whatever we are doing right now, it's still weird having that issue. Or that error instantiating now and then. So in process here, we just do update visual information. And okay, so this is the problem. The point here so we just change the point whenever target gets changed. We don't continuously fetch a new point, and that's bad. So we do need a dependency for, or something that listens on point change, so we can update the point here. But it's not really a dependency, so and then also, yeah. So when we want to inspect the environment later on, it's very important that point is updated accordingly so that we have the new point. So we need to update this continuously. Which brings us back to the listeners here I wanted to implement, because now we basically want to do this. So every time the point change, we want to get notified and we want to do this. The problem being that it's not really a dependency, if that makes sense. Yo, what's up, Frostcraft? Just here, I just want to know what what's the concept of the game is. I have a nice video on my YouTube channel where I go through the concept of the game. But if you don't want to watch that one or don't have the time, I can summarize it as it's like a creature collecting and management game. It's not as much running out in the world and capturing creatures, but it's more about cultivating a garden and attract creatures. So much like it's similar to games it's similar to games as like Tamagotchi, Chow Garden in Sonic, and Rare's Viva Pinata. That's probably how I would summarize it, and have been summarizing it for a while. News, I might actually go watch that, get a better idea. Sounds like something me and some of my friends might get behind. Appreciate it, hopefully, or enjoy. It's still pretty far from version 1.0, I would say, but we're getting closer each day. Okay, so I don't want this as a dependency. So basically I would like something similar to so we don't want to set point here, we want to do it later on, and we want to listen on focus point change. That's about it. It's not a dependency. This action, if we can perform this action or not, it doesn't depend on if this point is correct. Or maybe we could actually... Target point. Fucking hell, now when I think about it. Action. Target. Point. We might define it as a dependency now, just so we can continue. In the future, we might split it up, dependency listener. Because we could do a dependency that is point game object or has point game object. Yeah, I think that is a good middle ground. So let's do this real quick. And youth, that's understandable. I guess what I've noticed with making games is that persistence is important and not beating yourself up over silly mistakes. I hear you, 100%. Gonna go watch the video. Thank you, enjoy, and good luck with current implementation. Thank you, I appreciate it. So let's add a new dependency here. I want to add a note as well. Before we add a new dependency, I just want to do dependency do maybe split into something like listener dependency. Okay. I think that's a good enough note for future me. And then we add a has point game object. And let's see. Let's just take all of this, replace this one. Oh, one sec. Definitely don't want to do that. We want to rename it like, oh fuck, I always forget. We don't want to do a F2 rename. We want to do a control F2 rename. Is that it? Has point game object. Something like that. Perform type. We don't care about perform type. Do we even need... I don't think we need this. Or I guess we're gonna have it empty then. Like this, add action listener. Check target performability. Want to rename this one check point game object. Maybe. Has point game object. We don't care about target, but we do care about point. But then it's more like... We can simplify this one quite a bit. Action dot point dot game object. That's pretty much it. If it's equal to fulfilled, we have no change. So we just return. Okay. So then in action interaction inspect, we remove point from here. And then we check dependencies. 2 is equal to new. Dependencies dot has point game object dependency. I focus. I don't know if we care about interrupting if this one is changed. I don't think so. No, it's not as crucial as target change. But we do base point is equal to d action reference dot point and base check dependencies. Something like this. What I hate about this one though is this one is gonna trigger a lot. Maybe a bit too much, but I'm pretty sure it will work for now. And let's see what that error we got previously was about. Oh yeah. Might want to increase this one to 3 if we add a new dependency. So the error we get is when we show... Okay, we don't get this one now, actually. We still don't get an updated position here. Okay. Point game object collider. Why? Oh, is that so? We don't update point here. For fuck's sake. Dependencies. Fulfilled. Yeah, this one is fulfilled. Huh. That is true. Okay. So, yeah, this is another reason why we want to change. So we change point. This one gets notified. We do check game object. Action.point.game_object is not equal to null. And it wasn't equal to null previously as well, so we just return here. We don't invoke anything. So this one never gets invoked, and we never do anything of like these at all. And that's because, yeah, this is a dependency. We only care about when dependencies changes. We don't care about the point. So this is just another like argument for implementing listeners in some way. On point listener, or point listener, target listener, state listener maybe. So, what can we do? Yeah, what I think, so if we have a listener, on target change listener, type we do and listen to action. That's probably listen to action. We're gonna do link action. I action listener. Link action. What do we have here? Generate constructor on Y. Okay. On target change listener. And when we do link action, we also, I want to do, when we create this one, so we want to be able to specify a block of code that will be executed whenever the link happens. So I wonder if we want to do it here, actually. Type, and what is it? Func. I don't think we want to use it like that. System.func and on target change listener. So what I want, if we jump to action and we check on target change, we actually send with, we send the action on target change. If we're redoing some stuff here, I wonder if I want to change this one to entity, and that's the target, you know? We can wait with that though. Is it necessary to send action? Would we just send entity point bool instead? But for now, we're gonna choose action. So on target change func. We do it like that. And then we just do link action on target change, add listener, target change func. But it's a Unity event. Unity action. So can we do, we have action here. We do it like this then, and then we change this one to, oops, Unity action action. Honestly, I think it's even nicer if we remove this one and add events here. Do we need to have Unity engine? Maybe. On target change event. So this one here, we just want to link shit pretty much. On target change. Is this weird? On target change listener. We add this, and then we add this. And we actually we don't want to change, probably want struct here. Can we have, should be okay, right? We're not going to change anything ever. The only thing that's going to differ though is, okay, if we have Unity action here, then this one is going to be the same for all of these. So we could just put it in a base class, I reckon. And the only change is going to be this one, whatever we listen to. It all comes down to, if we're going to define it like this, then we might just do some injection here instead, because then we can inject an action handler here, and then we fetch whatever we want at all times, and we just define it like this. Maybe that's even better. How would that look? It would look something like instantiate dependencies, protected abstract void, instantiate animate entity host, protected abstract void, instantiate dependencies, action handler. Oh, and actions are not mono behaviors, so we might as well do instantiate dependencies. Let's see how this would look. We'll do host dot action animate entity. Protected. This makes sense. Instantiate dependencies host action handler. We don't even need to do it like this. So then in inspect, yeah, we're gonna have to implement that one. So that would mean that it would look protected override void instantiate dependencies. Then we send this one in. And it would look something like action handler dot get action type focus on process change, add listener, set action A, and then we define it. And we can also do get action, and then we add a optional here. So if we find it on process change, add listener. Why didn't I think about this from the get-go? I think this is much simpler. We don't need to define a lot of other shit and things like that. And then we can clean up dependencies here. So they become a little bit nicer. Instantiate dependencies. So we would still define dependencies, but it would be much, much prettier, I think. Wonder if we can do dependencies is equal to new dependencies dependency. I don't know, 2 maybe. And we do it like this. Yo, what's up, Omega Killer? Magic numbers, question mark, smiley face, dependencies X. I don't know if I would refer to this one as a magic number, though. That's just the size of the... like we're filling it up here eventually. Can we do... So we do... Is processing dependency... Do I care about this one? So here we would call something on the dependency in question. Dependencies. So I wonder if it would be cleaner to... if we have dependencies as a list, let's just do list dependencies D. Do we want to have... And then we do it like this. So we do dependencies. Can target, or actually is processing dependency is equal to new, this one, and we do type but we don't need to define types here just yet, I don't think, or we're not gonna need to define them. Is processing dependency, it's more about where we add them here, I think. On process change is processing dependency check something like this, and we send in action A, check fulfillment, or update state A. We don't do anything else here, but we're gonna do base, check dependencies D. We don't need to send in that one eventually. But we do this. And then we have action handler, get action, type focus again, dot on target change, add listener, action A. So what did we do previously? We add base, set state interrupt. We changed the target of base to be the target of A. And then we check dependencies. Actually, we are not gonna do check dependencies like this. No. This would be, instead this would be dependencies dot is can perform or can receive action dependency. Can target receive action dependencies equal to. So now we have these two dependencies. Check dependencies we don't. because the idea is that can target update state base.target maybe. We don't need to add these listeners here, do we? We could. One sec, just gonna pour a cup of coffee. Actually, I'm gonna just run and make a new cup of coffee real quick. So be right back a couple of minutes. Okay, sorry about that, but I do need my coffee. So, when it comes to the setup here, I think this is the better option. Sending in action handler and getting the actions we want and link it like this. So add anonymous functions like this, lambdas maybe, ish. My only pet peeve so far with this, like this is much better. It's very similar, but it needs less weird stuff on the sides like this, or eventually we can remove the type here because we're actually getting the type here. So a dependency, processing dependency, it can be way more general. We don't need to specify what type it is because we specify it here when we get the action from action handler. So we can clean this up. But my only pet peeve is these dependencies. Action still needs to have some sort of list with dependencies, I reckon, and we need a method that check all dependencies. So we go through them and check if they are fulfilled or not. And instantiating those, I mean, it doesn't look too good doing it like this. Maybe it doesn't look too bad either. But it's the fact that we're gonna have to instantiate them like this, put them into a list, and then we need to refer to them in a nice manner inside of these lambdas here. This new system also, something that's very nice is we can do this then. Action handler, get action, also focus actually. Dot on point change, add listener. There we go. Base.point is equal to point. And we could, if we wanted to, add some more. Could probably update visual information here as well, but I don't want to do that. Not now. So here we have a listener, or here we have a lambda that it doesn't affect the dependencies. We still only have two dependencies, but we do something if whatever we listen to changes. I think that's good. But these dependencies, so the idea is also, is processing dependency, we update state here, we update state here. We're gonna alter this one, make it a little bit nicer. And inside of these, when we update the state, they change their internal state and notifies whatever is listening. And whatever is listening is probably going to end up being this one. So if one of the dependencies changes, just like we do here, we check if all are fulfilled. If they are, we are in ready state. If not, we are in available. So how could we do that in a nice way? Initially, I thought about doing So we do, much like we had previously, we do dependencies is equal to new dependency to, and we fill it up like this. So we do this one, and we do this one. So something like this. And then we can also do for each dependency in dependencies. On change add listener and base.check dependencies. I wonder how clear this is. So, okay, instantiate dependencies, we have dependencies here, is processing dependency and can target receive action dependency. Pretty clear. And then we add a listener. But then when we need to update these, so we need to update these, is processing dependency needs to be updated when we listen on this one, right? So dependencies 0 update state, and here we would set dependencies 1 update state. This doesn't look too clear, I don't think. That's my only problem. Having to pair it like this. We could also automate this, I think. By using this one. It looked a little bit nicer when we had it like this, didn't it? I think it did. Mm. Hmm. Yo, what's up, SAT? Can you, the on change, add listener directly in the dependency class? It seems to be common to both. We had that previously, I think, if I get you correctly. Or something very similar. On target change, add listener. We're reworking it a tiny bit right now. These are still using the old system. So previously it looked something like this. Yo, what's up, Diggy? Looked nicer, but left us with less customizability. I like this. It's just, I don't really know how I want to continue with the dependencies here. So let's see, this on point change listener here, this is not something that is like that needs to be done for inspect to be able to execute. These two, however, is so on process change and on target change. This part here, or an update state and update state on the dependencies here, that was basically, it was done inside of this one pretty much previously. Now I just brought it out a bit. So pretty much what I want here, how can I like explain this? So when action focus on process changes, or for this action inspect to be able to execute, then focus. So for inspect to be able to execute, focus needs to be in processing true. So that's one dependency that needs to be fulfilled. And our target needs to be, we should be able to, the target should be, or needs to be able to receive one type of action. And this inspect should not be ready if both of those are not fulfilled. That's the communication we're trying to like settle on right now. Yo, what's up, Ginger Dev? What state is the game in at the moment? You can check it out on YouTube. It's pretty early still. Still getting the basic systems in place. So it's basically like this. When this happens, we want to check if this is fulfilled. If it's fulfilled, action gets notified and we check if all dependencies are fulfilled. It's just I want to be able to define this in a nicer way than this. This is very unclear. So I guess we really want to do var A little Ginger Dev, what other games have you made and how long have you been developing for? The other games I've made are on my YouTube channel as well. I think I made 3 or 2 hyper casual mobile games and 1 like tower defense-ish mobile game. They are discontinued right now, but I have some videos about them on my YouTube channel. And for this game, we're probably closing in on 3 years. On and off. Three years on and off is still good. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's even more, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think you can see on my videos when the first one was released. I think Devlog 1 is when I started developing on this game. I'm 10 years non-stop in Unity specifically. Oh, that's respectable. Is processing dependency is equal to okay, I think we can do it like this for now. Can, although it's not pretty, but can target receive action. I think we can remove dependency is processing as well. Is processing can target receive action. And then if we simplify the dependency so we don't need to send in these. So then when we create dependencies, we just do is processing and target receive action. And then this one, we're going to move on. We're going to move this one to the action-based class, I think. And then we just check is processing, and here we put can target receive action. We're gonna change the name of this one as well. Leginger Dev. Oh, this game has been on and off for 3 years. Let's see, I think I started planning for this game roughly at the same time I released my first devlog for it. That might have been way back in at the beginning of 21 maybe, and then I started writing code for it at the end of 2021. And I say on and off because sometimes I take a few months off and do some other stuff. Hopefully that clarifies a few things. I develop this game part-time. Okay, I think we can go with something like this. I mean, it's not... It's not the prettiest, but it's still... Yeah, it's okay. Maybe it will become clearer to us eventually. So action, when we do instantiate dependencies here, instantiate specifics, instantiate specifics, specifics. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Specifics we put on top, this one we remove. We don't need to send this one in, so we just do instantiate dependencies. And after we have instantiated dependencies, we do for each dependency, dependency. On change, add listener. Like this. And yeah, we don't need to send anything down here, I don't think. This time around. Let's add a space here as well. Okay. So in inspect here, we're gonna remove this one. So we only have this one now, and we're gonna remove this as well. And for action handler here, we're just gonna do host.action handler. And we're gonna remove this one. And now it's just a question about how we want to rewrite these dependencies. We're going to make them way cleaner. We still want to have on change. We don't want to send in a dependency, so we might just leave it like this. On change. Yeah, we don't need a type. We need fulfilled, but we might be able to simplify even that one even more. We don't need an action reference. We do without a constructor, I think we can. We don't need action reference. And we don't need this one. Is this really everything we need? Abstract class, let's see what we can do. Can target perform action dependency. Perform type. Can target perform. Oh, to the big question as well. What do we want to call? So we want to have a method where we update the state of it. Public. For now, we're going to send in a action. I don't know if I want to call it update. But maybe that's the best word for it. Also want this one to be abstract. Fulfilled on change update. And this is pretty much what we're doing right now. Let's just call it update then. So can target perform. We're gonna do can target perform action. So it's gonna be might have been a bit too early about removing this one, because we're gonna do a lot is gonna be the same. What's up, Newth? Welcome back. Welcome back. Public override void state. Bool can target perform action. False. If action target is not equal to null, then we do can target perform action. Action target can perform action. Can target perform action fulfilled. And then we do this. And on change invoke without sending something. So this is what it's going to look like this time around. As Pixen, what's up, what's up? So let's just simplify it like this. Add action listener, we don't need to do this anymore. Receive type, the constructor is way simpler. It's the other one we want to save. Like this. I want to change this one to update, public, override. Can target receive action. Action target is null. Can receive, return. And since we removed one thing here, I think, you can't do abstract structs, can you? Yeah, this is okay. Has point, this one we're just going to remove, delete. Where do we have it there? So this one is something we created previously before we went with this solution. Is processing. We don't even need a type here. So we don't even need a constructor. We just use the default one. We don't need this. Public. Override. Update. Action. Is action processing. We just check this. And we do it like this. So we just call this one update. Unfortunately, we send in action here as well. That might be okay. For this one, we don't need to send in this. And for this one, we don't need to send in this one. Can target receive action, inspect, and just is processing. Define dependencies. Add listener. I don't know. I'm still not fully convinced. The good thing is that we don't need to do this one just yet. Bad thing is, so we won't be able to instantiate them here. Let's do it like this then. So we can't do the instantiation just yet. This host, instantiate specifics, instantiate dependencies, set state, check dependencies. We can't do this one just yet. So first, we're just going to add it to the dictionary here. Am I? Yeah, first we're just going to add it to the dictionary, and then we're going to instantiate it. It's a little bit back and forth here, but I think this is the way to do it. What kind of errors? Do we have any errors here? Inspect. Ah, yeah. But we don't have that one anymore. Okay, there we go. Focus. This one is nice. We don't have any dependencies here, so we just do this. For hold, we're gonna have to rework this one. The only reason we just don't instantiate them in here is because I want this and this text to be a little bit nicer. Could it be worth it? Just dependencies, 0. A little bit unclear. Let's see what we get. Okay, inspect, get set to ready. I want to see if everything else is correct. Fulfilled. Target is character 01. Target interactable. Yeah, we don't have one just yet. Point. We don't have a point. That sucks. Why don't we have a point? Everything else seems to work, except for the point, that is. Processing, available. Yeah. So the point should be solved by this one, right? Host action handler, get action, focus on point change, add listener. Base point is equal to point, yes. A dot point. Simple mistake. And then we have this one, and this one follows this time around. Beautiful. And if we go here, it stops, and then we have it again. We want to put that is true. We want to put this one in late update, I guess. And this one, this show info here as well. We want that one to continue following. Not too bad. And we can see that we have some offset from the point in question and where we spawn the information box. So the point is here, and we have some offset to where we spawn this one. Get inspect string base point position, set text and update transform. Update transform. Here we have world position. It's this one, and we have text object rect transform size delta y plus vector up. Does this really explain? It's a little bit too big of a offset, isn't it? Actually, no, it's not. It's this full length, so yeah, okay. I think this will work for now. The idea later on is that every interactable character 01 prefab, when we define which actions that can be performed on this entity, we have interactable inspect here. We are going to insert a we're going to have a anchor point or something like that, and also some additional vector 3 offset. I'm wondering if we want to set that one up right now. Maybe we do. Interactable inspect. Okay, it's going to be so much fun, I think, re-implementing these actions with this new system and polishing them even more, and then we're going to start implementing even more different actions. And really see if this new system holds. Once again, I think this is pretty nice. The clarity of it can always be improved. Anyway, let's see here. Interactable inspect, type inspect. We have information provider, and then I wonder if we want some sort of setup here. Like public transform. Now when I think about it, one sec, visual information. Ooh, that is true. Okay, we're gonna wait with this one a while, because the idea is that action, interaction, inspect, this one, playable related, removed from this component and put in playable entity. So we're gonna wait a little bit to what we decide to put this one as. I wonder. We'll see how we solve it eventually. But we had a few problems I want to fix real quick. It's a little bit laggy, like this, but that can wait as well. If we start inspecting and then run away, this one is left behind. That's something we want to fix. That's related to input to action. And then we show it here. That's with the position. And that's pretty much it. I wonder why it updates. So if we have it here, it updates accordingly, but not when we are processing. That's important. Action reference, invoke. So update active action. We only do this on ready change, on process change. But running around, do these actually change? If so, that's weird. Hmm. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good day to you too. Oh yeah, with this new action system, we might want to... I want to print some shit as well, but... So the only time we change this position here, active action, is right here. And the only time we call this one is from here. And the only time we call these are when onReady changed or onProcess changed. And those only happen if we change the value here. If point change, that's point change. When do we call onReady change? When we move from available to when we move from available to ready and from ready to initializing. That's okay. And onProcess change, initializing to processing, processing to finishing, or processing to interrupting. So this one shouldn't be called that much. Unless something is very wrong. No idea what that could be, though. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some checks here. Let's do this. Playable entity. Ooh, this new system opened up for us to do this. General settings. Let's do playable setup. Let's also do header debug settings. Hey, what's up, Diggy? Just got back. What's the issue? Hopefully I can show you, show it to you real soon. Serialize field, private, bool. Show debug. Or let's call it like that for now. And what do we do here? We go input, add action reference. Find action to input. And then I also want to do, in the end here, if show debug. We'll generate debug log. Oof. see here. Maybe. So we're gonna get character dot focus dot processing is equal to true or false. Or we could just do... fuck it, let's keep it like this. On process on ready change. Something like this. Probably gonna get a lot of spam, but that's pretty much what we want. And I'm gonna do characters here 1, generate the bug log, yes. Okay. A great start, because we add 4. Yeah. So we have added that our entity can jump, but we don't actually have a jump action just yet. So if action is equal to return. Or actually, then we might as well do bug.log game object.name does not have. We can we don't have a action. Fuck, we don't know which action this is, so we might just object.name plus missing action. Let's keep it vague for now, and we also want to return. That is most likely gonna come back and bite me. So we have a lot of shit here now. Okay, so prefab is missing action. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 missing actions. I just want to double check if this makes sense. We only have 3 actions right now. 8, 9, 10, 8. I would love to see 7 here. We'll get to it soon. Yo, what's up, Snow Day? That's a lot of components. Yeah, it is. We're actually in the process of reworking the action system, which means that every component called action something will be removed, and instead we will put them in the action handler like this. So it's gonna look a lot better soon enough. Yeah, I think the biggest drawback is, I think the number of components is okay. The biggest drawback is that all of these are mono behaviors with this system. In this new system, they are not. I think that's like the best part of it. But it's also going to become a lot clearer here. That's true. Okay, so let's see here. Inspect point gets changed a lot. That's pretty much the only thing that... Okay, so we get that being spammed. Anything else? Inspect ready. Point ready. I'm wondering why... I was hoping that we would see something from focus as well. Or I guess that would be dot focus. Yeah, but we're not seeing that. And we can see here, this is very interesting. Character 01 prefab inspect ready true. Character 01 prefab inspect ready false. It just go true, false at all time. Wonder why. And yeah, we don't see focus here because we haven't tied that to the playable entity. That is true. Maybe. Yeah, we're probably gonna move... generate the bug log here. We're gonna move this one to action handler later on. That way we can get all of the different actions, even though it's... we can get this information for entities that are not playable as well, so the creatures in the future. But anyway, this one, why? Annoying. Let's see here. Action, interaction, inspect. So action, interaction, inspect, we get ready, true, false, true, false, true, false. And we only change... okay, we go from available to ready, set the new state, and we invoke this one. why would we go back to... Yeah. I'm wondering if we have an issue with this right here. Unfortunately, I think we check if point is not equal to base point. So if point is like changed in any way, we set this one to finishing, and then we redo this one. I'm wondering if... let's see if this is the case. But I'm wondering if we're getting a new point here, but the only difference between the old point is some minor change in position. So this one, we have the same collider, same game object, same normal, maybe a little bit different, but just a little bit of a change here. So when we do equals, this is not true. So we actually have a new point. So we reset focus and send all of this again. Yeah, of course. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Or the thing speaking against it is that if we're entirely still, we still see... Yeah, we can see here that game point changes. That's not good. So I think we're gonna redo this one a little bit. Yeah, we definitely don't want to call start at all times either. So if... what different cases do we have for this? So focus on. 0, currently not focusing anything. We can have null object A, object A, object A, object A, null, object A, object B. But when we set the point here as well, let's see, action. If point is not equal to value. Oh, what the fuck. I think I might have done a very big mistake. So we have struct here. How the fuck does that work with this comparison? I want to test one thing real quick. Action, interaction, focus. Let's keep it as it was. It was like this, right? Yeah. And then we jump to point. We change this one to class. What happens with the comparison if we have a class here instead? We have the same issue, yeah. How can that really be the case if... Let's change this and let's change this. So the idea is if we try and set point, but it's already equal to what we try and set it to, then we don't invoke and set this. But for some reason it is changed. Okay, but I think these are the 4 different cases we have. So we're not focusing anything. We want to focus A. We're focusing A and we get focusing A again. We are focusing... I am still annoyed by this one. If we implement equal in the correct way, we should, like, this is still going to be a problem, but we shouldn't be seeing it being checked over and over and over and over again. Because if we take a look at input handler, wherever we get intersection point, which was pointer focus event, invoke point, get intersection point for array. A new point, and then we set position, normal collider, and game object. And then when we compare, we shouldn't need to compare position with a small error, I don't think. We're gonna do this. Point. Don't think I need to do it right now. Instead, we're gonna do this. We care about if base.point.gameObject is not equal to point.gameObject. So we have changed gameObject, then we do set state.finishing. Diggy, good luck. Have a good day. I have to go to the doctor soon. Thank you, appreciate it, and good luck you too. And then finally we do point. I think we're always gonna change. Although I'm wondering if it's a little bit or maybe a little too whatever, let's do it like this. Or I think we want to do everything exactly the same except for the initial check, so this one. We're gonna make it a tiny bit more specific. So we're gonna check specifically the game object. And point game object. If this is the case, we want to set finishing. Yes. It's just a question of where do we want. Let's do it like this. Target. Think. Let's try this. Okay, we do get the update for point at all times. I mean, this is a little rough as well, but it's okay. And we did not get there for ready. So if we jump over real quick, we get inspect.ready. False. Okay. Yeah, we do get something, but inspect dot, isn't it called ready? Target, we get a target change. Target. Focus state initializing. What? Fucking hard stuck in initializing. That feels. That's weird. Available, available, available. Then we have ready, available, ready, processing ready. Okay, so now it works. Okay, and now they are stuck here, both of them. Okay, that's great. Good. Although annoyed by this point, update point at all times as well. I wonder if we want to do, for now, to do make focus listen on, based on point change. Maybe. But to do rely on rate equals. If base point, yeah, so I want to try. Let's just try. Position. So if we have any change in position or game object, then we reset the point like this. Let's see if we can stop the spam a bit. If this works, that means that my equal implementation is just plain wrong. But we still get a hell of a lot of, we get error. That's good to know. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's try this. We still get a lot of point change. We don't get an error here. Here we get this. We can do this. Okay, great. But why the hell are we still getting this? Character 1 prefab inspect dot point is equal to game point. Oh yeah, we don't have any perfect print for that one. But like inspect, we have here If focus has, if on point change gets triggered by focus, that's when we change the focus or the point of inspect. This one should, like, it should only trigger here. If it's not the same game object or it's not the same position. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? Can you actually watch the stream today? It's good to know, good to know. Why does the point change at all times? It makes no sense. Or I'm just missing something very basic. So if both of these are true, I guess we can do, maybe make it a little bit clearer. Or I don't even know if this is a clearer way of doing it. If it's same game object and same position, well, let's just do it like this. Same game object. So if it's not the same game object, that's when we update point. A little bit worried about the empty target here. Guess that's okay. Yeah, so the empty target here is when we do when we set target equals to null here. That's not what we want to do. We want to do finishing. And if this one doesn't succeed, Let's see here, we can make this a little bit cleaner. Start. We do else here and else here. Don't like that. Let's do. The problem is that we want to update point eventually. But do we want to do this first? Maybe. And yeah, so if we do it like this instead. And then we do, so if point dot game object is equal, no, then we do target and return. Otherwise we check this one. I don't know. Nah, but you know what? I want to do finishing interrupt. I think I actually want to set the target here. Sorry, it's a lot of back and forth now. I'm starting to become real tired, but so we can keep it as it was. Like this. And we set this one to null here, not in here. But then again, fuck. That's not entirely true either. So what I want to avoid is if we set it down here, we're pretty much gonna send out a message to everything that is listening to target change, where we're first gonna send out null, and then we're gonna send out the new target. That feels a little bit overkill. That's why I want to change it here. So for now, let's just do it like this. See if we can get rid of the empty set. Character true, game point, false, environment entity. Okay, beautiful. That's beautiful, but we don't have a point update here. Like, we just update point once when we start hovering. And that's it. So now let's see. So same game object works, same position. If it's same position, if it's not same position, we change the point. Okay, so let's see if it might be a vector comparison error, but I don't know how much sense that makes. If we just have a like a minor difference between two vector points, but it definitely seems to be that way. Very interested in this one. Let's see. Character. We want prefab. And then let's see. So focus at the top. And then we have point position. Let's see. Oh, we actually have... Huh. So my equals might be good enough. Okay, so let's compare to vectors with some error then. So actually when we do position here, vector 3, do we have a compare here? Or math F compare. Equals, no. Exactly equal. Okay, we want to make this, if this is true, we want to make the error margin a little bit bigger. Math of approximately, I don't want to use it on all. Yeah, maybe we'll have to. Math F dot equals, no. Math F approximately. So what is the epsilon? Okay, but that's still too much for my purpose. So we want to do another comparison. I thought we had something here, but do I have it in MISC extensions, math extension, positive mod inverse? Nope. Could we do... I want to compare... Okay, let's just implement it like this time around. Point, we do... when we compare equal here, it's this one that's the culprit. I want to do if... Is it going to be too costly if I do... Is it going to be too costly to do math f, or actually vector 3 distance? We can do distance squared magnitude. No. Okay, let's do vector 3 dot squared magnitude of this position, other position, minus like this, and it's going to be less than 0.1 f maybe. Is that too much? .1. .1, is that roughly 10? Oh, I'm becoming real tired now. So 1 is 1 meter, right? So roughly 10 centimeters. 0.01. And so then I want to jump back to focus again. We don't need to do this stuff, and we don't need to do this stuff. If base.point game object is equal to point. No. So if base.point is equal to point, return. Let's see what happens now. We compare. So if it has the same game object, collider, normal, and then position within an error, we just return. Otherwise, we do this as set state finishing. But that's actually what we want to do. So we do it like this. Nope, we don't. Nope, we don't. We keep this comparison. And one sec, actually. this is never the case if... So if this is true, we have the same game object, then we don't need to do this, right? So we can pack this into here. And then we have this one. I think we're gonna leave that one. Okay, let's see where this leaves us. If we just alter the mouse a little bit, we get a new point. That's good. We go over this one. This is annoying. I think our error is too big, so we get new points at all times. Is it that much of a difference, actually? We want prefab. So only a minor, like, idle animation makes such a big difference. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's squared magnitude as well. That is true. So we might as well do point. Let's try 0, 1 then. I don't think the normal is being altered that much, but we might need to do something similar with the normal later on as well. What? Are we still getting... Oh, no. It is the normal as well. Oh, fuck it. And now it's way too... Now it's extremely seldom, but... Okay. We can see the lagging here as well when we have that big of a difference. So let's add back 0.01 here. Really? Huh. 0.01 squared magnitude. Okay, that's good. I just want to fix this hide show info now as well. Okay, good. Progress at least. I don't know if I want to fix that menu following right now or if we're gonna wait until tomorrow with that one. Maybe we could go with epsilon here or go with, but epsilon, I will see, we'll see. So, getting input to actions to actually follow whatever we're interacting with at all times. Means that we're gonna have to update this one each frame, or yeah, I mean, the easiest part is to just keep it when we do update active actions, that active reference, and we do show here, and we do active action reference action target game object transform position. I think the easiest way to do this would probably be, and I think it's not a bad way to do it like this either, but we do button map item and we jump down to show and we change this one to, we remove position here and we'll remove this one. Late update private void state position transform dot position is equal to position. And then we want to call update position from input to action. Input to action. Yeah, we're gonna fix this one soon. invoke, and here we add one public void state position as well, I reckon. And button map item dot yeah, we need to make this public. We want to do this, but we only want to do this if and we return update position. Yeah. And this one we want to call, because this one is not a mono behavior, which I find to be, I guess that's good. But button map item is dynamic entity, playable entity. I mean, what do we have here? We have input to action. We have button map. Button map is mono behavior, I think. Let's just do it here, I reckon. After start. Private void late update for each input to action in input to actions. To action dot update position. Something like this. One sec. Active action references, if it's equal to null, we just return, but then we have action as well. And target. Are we gonna have to do... We're gonna do a lot of checks here. Action target. Target always has a game object, so we know if we have a target, then we're okay. So we're gonna have to check action. We can do Okay, I might have missed your message, Coolers K, but the kid in the wasteland is doing fine. Better late than never to answer. But I hope you don't have the Black Shroud of Mystery right now. I don't want to do these many checks, but maybe we have to. If this one or active action reference dot action or active dot action dot target. It's not very pretty at all. Let's see what we have. Fuck, I need to improve upon that one quite a bit. It's probably better to do it as a it works, but yeah, it's not pretty. We're probably gonna do it as a coroutine eventually. And we need to do something similar with the inspect window as well. We can see here that it's not in late update. But okay, this is nice. We are, where did we have it? Input to action, update position here. Solve with coroutine instead. Okay, what do we have with point here? Yeah, we had this one. I want to see what happens if we choose epsilon here. But if we go with epsilon, could we... I think epsilon is too big for square root magnitude. We're gonna wait with this one. I'm gonna start to round off this stream in any minute now. Because I gotta run. But is there, like... Can I come up with a quick solution for this one instead of having 00001? Was pretty sure we would have something here in our tool set by default, but maybe not. Calculates the distance. Yeah, we don't want to use distance. Because it's quite costly. Actually, maybe we can just do our own extension approximately. Oops. Approximately compares the two floating point values and returns true if they are similar, and we do if they are within a small value epsilon of each other. Math f epsilon, do we have... Okay, before I run, let's just see what happens if we do math f epsilon here. I reckon that it's too small. Let's see here. I think it's too small. Yeah, we're getting updates now, even though we're not moving the pointer. Yeah, it's too small. I think we're gonna do this. I think I'm gonna leave this one to tomorrow. I don't know how we're gonna repackage this just in a little bit of a nicer way. Good news, however, reworked this one for the better. We can... everything works as it should currently. We can do some minor improvements here, and then we can finally... So tomorrow we're gonna start implementing all of these actions again with the new system, and hopefully we won't run into any problem at all. Yes. So we're gonna call it. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.